Before we review the participation rules with Mr. Shiflett, I do want to point out there are 2 opportunities for public comment today. So hopefully you've noted that. Mr. Shiflett, would you like to review the policy?
Persons may address the board for up to 3 minutes in the comment segments of this meeting by raising their Zoom hand. The meeting host will call your name when it is your turn to speak. When addressing the board, please introduce yourself, your full name and address so you can be contacted for any necessary follow-up. Board meetings are constructed to conduct the necessary business of the board while allowing time for public to express concerns and opinions. Out of respect for board members, students, and staff, you will be interrupted if you personally attack a board member or district employee on issues unrelated to their job performance. Mention a student's name when discussing behavior or other incidents. Engage in discussion with other members of the audience. You will be reminded when you are approaching the end of your 3-minute limit so you conclude with your strongest points. The board will not respond to questions or comments during public comment, but the superintendent will do their best to answer questions at the end of the meeting. If the immediate answers are not available, arrangements will be made to provide you with the information requested.
Thank you. Additional note before we begin, as I would like to let you know that we have upgraded our Zoom platform to a webinar status, which has a little bit different measures of control for our technology director to be able to move more quickly in case of any future Zoom bombing incidents. We are doing what we can to prevent that from occurring again. So please know that the only way you will be able to speak is if you raise your hand and are recognized by him. And he will be telling us approximately every 15 minutes, reminding the groups so that anyone who signs in a little bit later will be aware of that. So please take note, you must raise your hand in order to be called on to address the board. Thank you. Mr. DeShane, do we have a first member of the community that would like to address us this evening?
Yes, we are inviting Greg Almy.
Thank you.
Greg, you'll need to unmute yourself. Yep.
Mr. Almy, we can see you. Can you go ahead and begin your board comments, please, sir?
Yes, 1205 Candela Lane, Greg Almy. Board, I just wanted to let you know that GLIA appreciates you for holding a special meeting on Friday. I guess I should probably, for the people that are watching this, let people know that I am the president of the Grand Ledge Education Association. GLIA appreciates allowing the public to be heard and swiftly and decisively coming to a decision. GLIA has faith that the board has the district students and staff, as well as the community's needs at the forefront of your thoughts. GLIA and the administration have already begun discussions about how to heal and grow from this experience. We're looking forward to including the community and possible advocates from MSU in the discussion. GLIA is confident that the board will be committed to restoring faith in our school system and improving the experience of all students in Grand Ledge. To the students and community of Grand Ledge, it was difficult listening to the shortcomings we have in our district. Thank you for sharing. The leadership of GLIA has heard you. We are committed to better serve you and working with the community, school board, administration, and students to address how we can best offer an equal opportunity for quality education to all of our students. GLIA is aware that other members of the administration have received criticism. In speaking to those individuals, they do not and never have shared Dr. Metcalf's thoughts. They are simply trying to navigate the situation that he placed them in. Administration is truly listening and wants to work on affecting positive change in Grand Ledge as well. We're looking forward to all of us moving forward together. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you,
Greg,
Mr. Hall.
Thanks.
Appreciate your comments.
And then you might point out, Greg, I think you just referred to yourself as GLIA, but I'm not sure you identified what GLIA is.
Thank you, Sarah. I am the president of the Grand Ledge Education Association, so it is the local union for the teachers in Grand Ledge. Thank you for pointing that out.
Appreciate that clarification.
Madam President, I noticed that we didn't approve the agenda. Is that something that we normally do that, is it? I don't know if that's a requirement at the start of a meeting.
To my understanding, it is not unless there's consent agenda that we need to approve. Would you agree, Ms. Pearson, as our parliamentarian?
No, I think you do have to, I'm sorry, you're right, John. You do approve the agenda because someone may want to add or take something off. So yeah, you still have to approve the actual agenda.
Can we do that after public comment?
We can take care of it right now with a quick roll call vote if our next speaker, Ms. Dill, is willing. Thank you. Let's go ahead and take care of that. My apologies for not having that in here. So I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Support.
Thank you. So it has been moved and supported. We'll do a roll call vote. Mr. Smith?
It's a voice vote.
Yeah, we don't need a roll call. Yeah.
The guidance from the governor encourages roll call votes. When
Oh, it's a
there's-
Zoom meeting. Right, it's a Zoom meeting,
Correct.
sorry.
Correct. Mr. Smith?
Yes, approved.
Mr. Shiflett?
Yes.
Ms. Clark Pearson?
Yes.
Mr. Quina?
Yes.
Mr. McKinnon?
Yes.
Mrs. Mulvina?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Motion passes with 7-0. Thank you for that clarification. I believe we are ready to hear the next speaker for public comment. Ms. Dill. Go ahead when you're ready, please.
Thank you. Good evening. Wendy Dill, 40 Riviera Crescent, Southampton, Bermuda. So my first time addressing this board was actually in 4th grade via a letter asking for MLK Day to be recognized. I continued asking all the way through high school. My freshman year, I was actually pulled out of class by a teacher who told me in the hall against the lockers I needed to stop asking because it was messing up teachers' holidays. They were getting angry at me, and I was screwing up, and I was causing trouble, and I was told to stop. And I was 12. I remember feeling terrified and very, very small. As an adult and as an attorney, I've been uniquely prepared to deal with racism because I grew up surrounded by it as a child in GLPS. 25 years later or so, I'm addressing you again for what I hope is the last time on racial intolerance within the schools. So I reached out to as many former students of color as I could, thanks to the internet and Facebook. That's been much easier now. I asked them to lend their voices so that you all, so the administration, so that teachers, the community know it's not a handful of students, because having such a small population at a time, I wanted everyone to lend their voices to let you know this is a larger issue. I've moved away, but I know that there's students being harmed as I was, as my brother, my cousins, my friends. So it's been emotionally exhausting for the people I've talked to, for myself to compile, and a lot of them were relieved that their voices would finally be heard. Common threads included disproportionate discipline, repercussions for speaking out against racism in ways that affected their ability to go to college, and ways that affected them as adults and their ability to trust people. Teachers and admin were the focus of almost all of them, because they're the ones that we trusted the most, and they're the ones who often either directly harmed or caused harm or did something harmful on the basis of race, or who stood witness to it and did nothing to stop it. There's a couple other volunteers that I asked to be on to read statements from a lot of students who were asked to remain anonymous but still wanted to lend their voices. They don't want to suffer repercussions. Their kids are in the district. They don't want them to suffer repercussions for that. Nobody's looking for apologies. We're not broken. Some of us have scars, but we're asking to be heard and to take this as a tool. We're hoping, I'm going to reach out to and send the compilation to the school board and GLIA.
30 seconds.
It can be used as a tool, because I understand a lot of the time it's a lack of realization of what the what the actual issue is and what the students are going through. So thank you for hearing us. I look forward to giving my help in any way possible in the future. And thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Erica is joining us. She needs to unmute her own video and audio.
Got it. Ooh. Thanks, everybody. Okay. I'm a member of the Grand Ledge Alliance for Diversity, GLAD, speaking to you live from the outside of your own administration building that you're not at. And we are all here to hold you accountable. Our community asks are this: a formal, authentic apology from the board directed to the families who have been harmed over the years for failure to listen, act, or ensure a safe educational experience for all students. The formal adoption of a school board resolution on the role of equity, diversity, and inclusion in the district. Recruitment and retention efforts by the school district for both staff and students of color. The formal creation of a district-wide equity, diversity, and inclusion competency plan to address current and ongoing training required for all staff. We are requesting that this plan is a living document that is publicly accessible. We also ask that a discussion of the status of this plan or new items added to the plan be a standing agenda item at every board meeting. A detailed plan for curriculum development updates to include diversity, equity, and inclusion with a breakdown of any changes to curriculum for the 2021 school year specific to the cultural inclusion and diversity. Ask number 6, regular programming and events within the district focused on supporting the marginalized members of our schools and community. The formation of a parent-led diversity, equity, and inclusion task force that includes parents, students, teachers, and members of the school board and/or the Grand Ledge School District Administration. I'd also like to take time to thank the couple hundred of people that showed up tonight to hold you accountable. We will be at every board meeting. We will ensure this gets followed through. We stand with you, and we are here to be a proud comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Appreciate your comments.
Alexander, you need to unmute yourself.
Excuse me, sorry. Yes, I am Alexander Woods, 6338 Hilliard in Lansing, Michigan. I apologize. Thank you for seeing me today. I am going to read an excerpt from one of the letters here. This is an excerpt from the experience of an anonymous student who transferred into GLHS for his junior year. He stated that he was initially excited to attend GLHS because he had not experienced any culture outside of Lansing, and he made his friends very fast. But he goes on to quote, at the time I really wasn't aware of racism. Being Black at Grand Ledge was not a good experience. He spoke about a clerk coming out of the office to stop him from hugging a white girl, and he did not understand why at the time because another student within view was hugging a girl as well. During the year, he had issues at home and moved in with a relative out of district. Soon afterwards, he was pulled out of class by the principal and told he had to leave the school. He said, quote, being a young kid who did not know better, I decided to leave the school. He went on to transfer and graduate from Sexton. Then, quote, later, when I decided to go to college, I discovered that Grand Ledge had some of my paperwork that they had not transferred to Sexton for me when I left. The counselor at Sexton told me it would be quicker for me to go up to Grand Ledge and get it myself from the school. So I went back to Grand Ledge School to get my paperwork. I was stopped in the hall by one of the teachers and had a conversation with them. But as soon as I walked into the hallway, they had the police in the hallway saying that I was a drug dealer. They searched my vehicle. I didn't understand at the time that I didn't have to let them. But I just felt like I had nothing to hide. They went through my whole vehicle, found nothing. Then they said to me that I was going to be arrested for trespassing. From the trespassing charge, it messed up my whole future. I got a record from it, and after I was put in the system, it made me distrustful of white people, and I thought they were all out to get me. He then recalled an experience when he was asked by a family member to pick up their daughter from the school one day because they could not make it up there. He was happy to help. When he arrived there, their daughter saw him, and he ran up to get in the car, but was stopped by an employee who, quote, asked her if she knew me. Of course, she said yes. They said to her something like, I just want to make sure you're not getting kidnapped by some big black guy. I shrugged it off and laughed it off, but I knew how they viewed me. After our initial conversation, he wrote back to update me about speaking about his experience at GL, led him to talk with his little brother and friends about it, who also attended GL schools, and they reminisced on how students and faculty referred to the group of black students that hung out regularly as Little Africa or Baby Africa. Should I finish the rest of it?
Yes, sir, please.
One more little excerpt. He also recounted how his father and older cousins who lived in GL have all had crosses burned in their yards, and his confusion as to why his family continued to place family in a school district. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. We
Thank you.
appreciate you sharing that.
Christine, you can unmute yourself. All right. Good. Oh, here she goes.
Hello,
Christine?
my name.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Christine Anstead, and I live at 11378 Deercroft Court, Spring Hill, Florida. I've been a teacher in a large school system here in Florida for 23 years, and I have loved being a teacher. I always felt like administration and the superintendent of schools could make or break my desire to want to continue to teach, because I was an RN also. However, I have to say that I've known Brian Metcalf since he was a child. He crawled around with my daughters, and so I have an emotional position that I feel I have to express. I think he has been unfairly seen as the bad guy, and I don't think his intention was to create a race war. We all make mistakes. He apologized for that. He wants to not be have a way of being able to say, I will do what I can do to rectify this. And that's with diversity training. As a teacher, I was always told that teachers get second chance, just like students do. I think this superintendent of schools, Dr. Brian Metcalf, deserves every fair and merciful issue that has been happening, that he be allowed to continue with the role as superintendent. but do it with increased humility for what he's been through. And I yield my time and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your comments with the board.
Mm-hmm.
Lynn Goldman.
Mr. Goldman, you need to unmute. Had it there for a second. There we go. Yes, sir.
I'm a cardiologist in Florida who founded the Good Samaritan Clinic, which is a free clinic here in Pasco County, taking care of people who don't have health insurance. We take care of people regardless of the color, regardless of services which have been including open heart surgery. I know Brian through the family. I've read the email, not his email, but rather his text on Facebook very thoroughly. What he said is racially insensitive, no question about it. But what he said is absolutely true. We need to follow the law. We pledged allegiance to the flag, and I was very pleased to see that since I'm not currently in school. I'm very pleased to see that we still do that. There is an allegiance that we have to this great country of ours, and it is an allegiance that is fairness, the injustices done to the Black community are quite clear. The injustice done to the poor people who have been suffering police brutality is quite clear. Black Lives Matters is a real organization that should be heard, and Black lives do matter. But to focus simply on a man and remove him from his lifelong work simply because he stated the truth in a way that was not politically correct. To him, it's an injustice to the United States. And I'll much older than you are. You don't remember the Joe McCarthy era? If he is fired because of this, it is a return to the Joe McCarthy era. I think everyone's comments have been quite appropriate. I think sensitivity training is appropriate for everyone. Black Lives Matter has taught us that we can't say all lives matter because it's really a slap in the face. And I understand that. It's a slap in the face to those Black people who have suffered brutally. But on the other hand, we must be what's right. We must be appropriate. We must be American. Thank you very much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Rachel. Rachel, if you could step away from other audio sources from the meeting.
Oh, so you can come on out. I don't have anything prepared, but you know, I don't need anything. We've heard a couple people in support of Metcalf tonight. What they said is just couldn't be further from the truth. They clearly did not listen to the 7.5 hours of testimony at the last meeting. It's totally despicable and disgusting. And if you love him so much, maybe he could come down to Florida and be in superintendent there, but he's not wanted here. The way, you know, Grand Ledge has spoken. Metcalf is gone, and it's time for a new, fresh start. Everyone is welcome in Grand Ledge, and we're going to make sure that happens. And I just appreciate everyone coming out tonight. Thank you so much. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Hobbs?
Yeah, sorry, it's a little bit bright, but we're doing what we do. My name is Charles Hobbs. I'm an attorney, and I'm also the chair of the Lansing ACLU local unit. And as Ms. Dill indicated earlier, I am also going to be reading an anonymous letter from a former alum of Grand Ledge. Excuse me. I remember when first coming to Grand Ledge, my family was part of the Pentecostal church. We were actually asked to leave the church because my parents adopted children of color. My mother was heartbroken. She loved the church, but the pastor there asked us to leave. She goes on to recall that she was the only other student of color in her class, that she was the only other student of color in her class left at the end of the 5th grade. Her family was run out by a group of men in Grand Ledge who called themselves the Good Old Boys. They harassed that family until they finally moved away. Back to her story. At Grand Ledge High School, I was on the freshman softball team. We were playing against Charlotte. We were all getting ready to shake hands and tell each other good job at the end of the game, and I had someone call me, again, a fucking nigger. The first time was in the 4th grade at Neff by another student. It was so fast, but it was loud enough that not only I heard it, but also other people around me heard it. But you couldn't identify who exactly said it. My coach told me to not worry about it. It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it, just ignore it. My coach told me not to worry. And I went home that day crying to my parents, and I told them what happened. And we ended up having to go to the sports director for Grand Ledge. And we had to have a talk, and the coach ended up getting talked to. I think she got yelled at about it because she wanted to ignore it. I know the rest of the season for the freshman Charlotte softball team was suspended, and I was happy about that. But then when I tried out for JV with the rest of the freshman girls for my team, I was the only one who was cut. It was the same coach as the freshman year. All of my teammates were so confused. I ended up going to one of the JV games to watch, and I remember all of their parents saying, "Oh, it's so good to see you to come support and watch the team still." And I just said, "Oh yeah, I just miss it." At the end of the game, I noticed that a few girls were filling in the spot that I normally played. I was told by my former
30 seconds.
Thank you. I was told by my former teammates that when they asked the coach, the coach told them that I had a failing grade in math or something that made me unavailable to participate in JV, which was not true one bit. I was heartbroken because the softball was my life. And I got about 15 more seconds, I apologize. I was heartbroken because softball was my life. I loved playing softball, but what really crushed me was at the end of the year, I got called back to the athletic department. They told me that I hadn't paid my dues for the JV softball team. I said, well, I was told by the coach that I was cut. And they said, no, you actually had made the team. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for sharing that.
Thank you.
Mr. Mike Franco.
Good afternoon. Mike Franco, live at 2312 Walmart Drive, Delta Township. Are you able to see me?
No, you're just coming through right now, sir.
Okay, that's fine. I can just.
We've got you. Thank you.
Yep. So I just want to state I've never met Dr. Metcalf, never talked to him. I'm a business owner in town. I've lived in the Grand Ledge area for 25 years. My kids have all attended Grand Ledge. I have a senior, will be a senior. I'm a proud Hispanic, as my dad would say. I'm American of Mexican descendants. I've never, ever in my life, and I'm very sensitive to it because I don't look Hispanic, so I'm very sensitive to it and being around people. I can tell you right now, I've never experienced anything in the Grand Ledge community regarding race and color. Now, I've heard words here and there, but I've heard it in Lansing, I've heard it in Eden Rapids. I've heard it in East Kentwood. Things are going to be said here and there, but I'm thinking, how do we look and our First Amendment rights are, and every right we have is to speak our mind within reason. And I just think this man is now losing his job. His family is going through probably hell right now. I can imagine what his wife's going through because of something he said. Now, if we have other people talking about things that happened 30 years ago, 40 years ago, I went to Lansing Eastern, so I'm familiar with Grand Ledge from a Lansing point of view. I can tell you, personally, things are a lot different than they were back then. You didn't see Hispanics, you didn't see Blacks, you didn't see Asians, you see nobody in Grand Ledge. I'm proud to say my next door neighbors here are African American. My friends are African Americans and Hispanics and whites and Germans and Polish and Italians. My kids' friends are the same. I hope that we realize people want to find negativity anywhere, and you can pick apart it. I don't think Grand Ledge is one of those communities. Unfortunately, we've become that now because of what's going on. I think the gentleman made a mistake in what he said based on what everybody is saying, but to lose his job over this and have his family go through this, I just don't get it. I don't believe in it. That's not the way my dad raised me.
30 seconds.
My dad fought in World War II, and he was put in the back of the bus because when he was born in 1926, back then, I don't care if you're Hispanic or Black, you went to the back of the bus. Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. He enlisted because he was an American. He thought that that was right. We have to start thinking about a bigger picture. Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir, for your comments.
Doug, please unmute yourself.
I may be having trouble with my camera. I'll go back to it.
Mr. Vetriano, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We don't have audio, but there's been a bit of a lag. Would you like to continue, or would you like to?
Sure. Yeah, my comments are pretty brief. My name is Doug Vetrano. I'm at 13874 Luroma Circle, DeWitt. And I just wanted to say, I thank you all for your service to the community. I appreciate your willing to step up to the plate and serve the community. And I'm sorry for all the controversy that y'all are dealing with. I just want to say I've known Dr. Metcalf since probably 1999, and the last time I worked for him was 2016. I've always found him to be an empathetic and compassionate leader. And in my opinion, the freedom of speech is not a malleable construct dependent on dependent on the public position of the speaker. That being said, hate speech should never be tolerated, but I don't believe Dr. Metcalf's comments rose to a level of hate speech. And one of the previous speakers had mentioned the McCarthy hearings, and that's sort of the same thought I had when this all became public. I hope y'all make the right decision and lead with your hearts and don't let public pressure make you bow to something that you don't necessarily believe in your heart. And that's the end of my comment. Thank you for listening. I appreciate your taking the time to serve the community.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, sir.
Ellie, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, hi, Ellie Darnell, 11074 Lot Green Drive, Lansing, Michigan, a DeWitt Township resident. And again, I spoke on Friday, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you on Friday. I wanted to thank you for that opportunity, which I don't think I did. I just wanted to thank you for standing up for all of our students and helping us move forward. Obviously, from the 6.5 hours of testimony on Friday, we have a lot of work to do in the district, and I feel like the new leadership that you bring in to lead our schools will be beneficial to all students, not just students of color and families with minorities. And I just want to thank you for your service, and I appreciate you taking the steps to start a new direction. And I hope that we as parents can help you as a school board, because we're all a team, and I know it's going to be a team effort to bring Grand Ledge into what we would all like it to be. So thank you so much, and I will yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good day. I'm Elvin Caldwell, 307 North Sycamore, Lansing, Michigan. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm also reading a statement on behalf of an experience of an anonymous student. He spoke about being bullied for being Black every day at school and on the bus. Quote, so every day, riding to school it was, I would always think, what's going to happen today? They were quick to discipline me, to put me in the office and tell my mom. Then it started happening with teachers. I was being defiant with teachers because of it. I could see they were singling me out, making it seem like it was me. It wasn't me. It was just me defending myself. My mom and my dad, they weren't there. It was more often all against one. I was the only Black kid, end quote. He recalled how in 4th and 5th grade, a teacher found out that he played basketball and challenged him to a game. And when he started winning, things got rough and uppercutted him and threw him down. He spoke about how in high school, he was trying out for the varsity basketball team, and the coach pulled him into his office. And he was excited because he had just knew he had made the team. He had played point guard one-on-one and beat him at lunch that day, and everyone was talking about it. And the coach sat him down and said, quote, I have no problem with Black people, but my friends do, unquote. He went home and told his mom. She pulled him out immediately. He spoke of in high school. She pulled him out, excuse me, I lost my place.
No
he has
worries.
no problem with Black people, but his friends do. The coach sweat him down. He went to another high school after that, and he played varsity. His coach withheld his scouting letters from colleges when confronted by students. Towards the end of the year, the coach said it was because he didn't want him to get a big head, unquote. He told me how he thinks he would have tried harder to keep his grades up had he known colleges were looking at. But all in all, he found out later there were several interested colleges that the coach kind of withheld his credentials and his transcripts from, and it was too late for him to take advantage of them. So just a sad experience for the young man, young person. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Keith Smith.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me. And thank you for all you do for the Grand Ledge community. My name is Keith Smith. I live at 102 East River Road, Traverse City, Michigan. I am a 20-year friend and colleague of Dr. Metcalf's. I know he proudly served our country in the military. The man I know is not the man being portrayed in the media. In the 20 years that I've known him, he has never made a derogatory comment, joke, anything racist. Furthest from it. And the one sentence that I know that has sparked all this controversy just truly doesn't represent him as a person. Clearly, it sounds like you guys, and I don't know, just a little bit I've heard, have some racial issues in your district. The Alliance asked for many things that sound very reasonable. I know that Dr. Metcalf can successfully lead the district forward through this time. I know it's challenging, but again, I think you have to look at the totality of a person, Brian, and not judge him based on one or two sentences online. I'm sure he deeply regrets the insensitivity for how it was said. Again, ask that you certainly consider keeping him on as superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, sir.
Keith, are you still on? Dropped from my list. No, we'll come back. I'm going to welcome Tyler Bradley. Give it to...
Hello.
Hello. Go ahead when you're ready, please.
Awesome. I'm also here to read some excerpts. So this is from a 2009 anonymous class member. We were asked to participate in a Civil War exercise that included being put on the Union or Confederate side. I was one of 3 or so Black students in the class. I, of course, was selected to play on the Confederate side, during which I was instructed to write a biography and defend the Confederate Union. As a Black student, it was very uncomfortable. I was also in many situations where I was the only Black student in the classroom and was asked or expected to speak up for the Black viewpoint. Till this day, I am very uncomfortable with being put on the spot with a room of white individuals. Those who teach history class for students need to be aware of what a triggering experience it can be as a Black person being taught about slavery and the civil rights movements. I will say personally myself, I was also in that Civil War experience, and I was also on the Confederate side, and I was put as a general of the Confederate side. And I also had triggering experiences of being put on the spot too. Another anonymous alum said, my earliest experience with racism and racial ignorance was during elementary school at Willow Ridge, I believe. Because I am biracial and have lighter skin complexion, I didn't experience the same amount of racism as my fellow classmates with darker complexions. Regardless of the racism I experienced at GLPS, being direct or indirect, I am still affected. I have realized that I see the world differently because of this and have struggled with how I react when I am faced with racism. I often perceive situations incorrectly and have had to consciously work to overcome my defensive nature. I really appreciate you guys hearing everybody out on Friday. And just thank you for your time. And I hope you take these into consideration moving forward with the district in general. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Davis?
Good evening. Thanks for having me. Thanks for taking the time today. Sorry I missed Friday. I didn't know there was a meeting and wish I could have heard what some of this testimony, what people had to say. I'm excited, or not excited, happy to see there's a peaceful group outside protesting right now outside the school district, because we live in a country where we can do that peaceably and know we're not going to get run over by a tank. That's our First Amendment right. I think our state, and Mr. Metcalf has that same right as having the right to speak. Maybe what he spoke wasn't as elegant. It maybe didn't come across what he intended. But neither here nor there. I think it was an opportunity to create a discussion, open up a dialogue with him. Those that I think sincerely know him would say he is not a racist. However, I mean, that could be debated here or there. My main thing is it's an opportunity for everybody to work together and have dialogue. It's an opportunity to have a dialogue with Dr. Metcalf as well. He's done very well for the district, I believe. At this point, I'm not from the district, and originally I live right here in Woodbury Street here in Grand Ledge. But you know, he's done a lot of good things for this district and for the people, black, white, purple, whatever. I don't think he sees people that way. And he does have the right to speak. We do have a country of laws, and you know, destroying things and breaking laws does not equal protesting. We're lucky to be able to peaceably protest and have our voices heard. And I hope we can move forward and have an open dialogue and discussion, which way you guys decide to move forward. That's what I have to say. And thank you tonight. And I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for sharing your comments. Mr. Combas?
Canvas. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Appreciate the work you do, and certainly sounds like there's been a fair share of problems up in your district. I can appreciate your positions. I sat on school boards here in the Tampa Bay area for years. I know it's a difficult spot to be in, and one that we always want to do the best for the student body and all those who are part of it. So again, thanks for letting me participate here. I just really wanted to join in and just speak personally on behalf of Brian Metcalf. From a personal experience, you know, I can just tell you Brian's a good man. I don't think that his intention was to harm anyone in any way, any more than anyone else's off moment or, you know, maybe not moments where we put every bit of effort into our speech or what we think or write or say. I think if all of those moments of all of us were examined, we'd all have problems if we were put under the microscope in this exact situation where Brian finds himself. You know, for 20 years, I've been a therapist nationally, and I worked with and still work with the great researchers of the world in therapy. And we discuss these issues all the time, right? And I think what's happening here, listen, certainly, there's a lot of sensitivity given the events that have gone on over the past few weeks, and rightfully so. But I think to deem people racist by one or two sentences that they might say, I think is a far stretch. Again, it's my job to determine what people think and feel and mean by their behaviors and their actions. Relative to Brian, he's a good man. He comes from a good family. Could he have written it or said it better? Of course, of course. But I think we all can. I think we can, if we take any one of our actions and put it under a microscope, particularly this microscope, I think, you know, given the scales of justice that are being weighed here, I think perhaps everyone might come up short. Certainly the things that I've heard over the years that have happened in your school district are terrible. They're horrible and they shouldn't happen, but I don't know what that has to do with Brian, right? They certainly they need to be rectified, that's for sure, but I still don't understand what they have to do with Brian. And again, I just, you know, thank you for this time. I just really want to share my heart that, you know, Brian's a good man and he comes from a good family. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments.
Nick.
Hi, Nick Crawford, Grand Ledge parent. I have two parents or two kids in Grand Ledge. Certainly, we've heard from a lot of people, a lot of testimony about the awfulness in Grand Ledge. Can't deny that, right? I certainly appreciate all the kids that have come forward to speak to the issue that they face in Grand Ledge. I applaud them and their strength and stand with them. What happened in Minnesota was horrible and evil. And I'm with you on that. And believe it or not, so is Dr. Metcalf. As spoken to before by prior speakers, that this is not Brian's MO. He is not a racist. He's never had anything to that effect in any of my dealings with him. So I'm going to go right to a certain situation where Brian has always demonstrated his best efforts and try to improve Grand Ledge, improve the community. Last year, there was a call by the council to bring in a marijuana store. I approached the school board and said, hey, tonight's the council meeting. They're talking about bringing in a marijuana store. We got vaping issues in the school Brian's aware of. He's trying to solve that. He's trying to solve all these issues. He's working hard for us. I said, let's all go over to the council meeting and said, we got to stop this. We can't have more issues with our students with vaping and now have a marijuana store. I went, and the only other person from that meeting, when I asked the whole board to go, the only person that went was Brian, and he spoke. And he spoke about the community, he spoke about the kids, and how much he cares. I will tell you that Brian is with you on this, that he believes that this is an issue and it's something that he can solve. Brian is a doer. He gets stuff done. He has not been popular in the last 9 years. When you're somebody that gets stuff done, you're not always popular. I get it, but he does get it done. Brian will be somebody that will lock arms with us. For those of us that believe Minnesota was horrible and evil, Brian is with us. He can get this done. By removing him and bringing in somebody else, I've seen it. I've seen it in other districts. I have family across the country. They will come in and they'll talk and put it in the committee and talk. And in 6 months, when everything quiets down and all this kind of settles down, and in a year, it'll be me and Brian at the board meetings. It'll be me and Brian at the council meetings, not anybody else. I guarantee it. I've done this with the board meetings when Jay was president. I did it when Boucher was president on the board. It gets long. Everybody gets tired of it. They don't want to do the battles anymore. Brian will. I believe that in my heart. I'm with everybody that's at Grand Ledge.
Thank you for your comments, sir. I apologize. You ran out of time. Thank you. We appreciate your comments.
Denise Green.
I'm going to be speaking. Hi. First off, I want to thank the board for Friday for how wonderful you were with listening to everybody. And to all the people that have, well, there's actually 3 people from Florida, 2 businessmen here in Grand Ledge, and the father that just spoke. I want to say that no one's doubting that Brian Metcalf is a good man as far as being a family man, as far as being a good little kid when he played with people's children. The problem is that the people that are rallying for Brian right now think that this strictly is about the one comment that he made, that he sent back to John Ellsworth. The truth is, that was the last straw. We all sat and listened to 6.5 hours of people giving heartfelt statements. And they were not statements from 30 years ago. It was statements from, as I brought up, 2011, the very first day Brian Metcalf came into our district. He was out to take away a program that was pretty much filled strictly for students that were struggling, maybe because of financial reasons, whatever. But his heart was not there for all of the kids. He is wonderful if you are a person in power. He is wonderful if you are a person who has to work with him on a committee. But he is not a person who has ever put himself on the level of the average person of Grand Ledge. I had a conversation last week with a woman who sent her kids through Grand Ledge and was a teacher's aide and was retiring very quietly this past week. And you know what her comment to me was? You know, I worked in, and she worked at Eagle, she worked at Hayes, she worked at Greenwood. She said, he never once ever stopped and said hello. When he would see me in the hall, I would speak to him in the beginning, but he'd look away. So the bottom line is, the board, you have listened to the people. I feel bad for all Brian's friends. My heart goes out to his family because, you know what, I come from a huge Irish family, and I know that we would, if I was Brian, we could certainly get people to speak on our behalf. But those people obviously did not listen to the 6.5 hours. So I only spoke because I want them to realize this is not something about Grand Ledge community. This is because of his tenure in our district. It was just the last straw. Thank you to the board.
Thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Mr. Hemies?
Good
Said
evening.
your name correctly? Yes, go ahead, sir.
Sarah, you know my name is Brad Hemis.
Thank you.
I've worked with Grand Ledge Public Schools for many, many years as a consultant. Fortunate enough to just retire 6 months ago, and have tragically watched this unfold in the last several days and feel absolutely horrible about it, because I feel like I've gotten to know your district fairly well. I've gotten to know several of your administrators, several of your staff members, gotten to know Brian very well, and I know the type of person that Brian is. He is a fantastic person and one of the best superintendents I have ever worked with, and I've worked with hundreds of superintendents across the state. Brian is a superintendent that does not have a racist fiber in his body. I have seen him go to bat personally for minority children, for all children within the Grand Ledge Public Schools. I didn't know Brian before he came to Grand Ledge. I worked with your other superintendents previous to him, but I'll put Brian up against any superintendent with his accomplishments, with what he has been able to do for your district. And I will say unequivocally that he is a fine superintendent and a fine man. And I watched painfully the meeting on Friday and felt horrible for what the meeting turned into. Several people who have taken comments out of context and went on and on about what type of person Brian is that don't know Brian. I will tell you, Brian is a fantastic person. He is a doer. He's accomplished many things for Grand Ledge Public Schools, and he continues to do that from what I have seen. He has a proven track record for success, and he really, truly does care for all children within your district. We've all made mistakes, and I haven't talked to Brian, but I'm sure he would say that the way he said what he said was a mistake. I don't know of anyone who hasn't made a mistake. I hope that you give him a second chance, because all people, including Brian, deserves a second chance. And I encourage you to please do the right thing and work with Brian, work through this, and continue to improve
30 seconds.
Grand Ledge Public Schools, because you've got a fantastic thing going. There's been racism in the past. It's continuing to be dealt with, and I know it will be dealt with in the future. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. I do really, really appreciate it. I know you're in a hard struggle, but I wish you the best.
Thank you.
As we let Dawn into the room, I'll remind attendees that we ask you to log in with your first and last name. So there's a John and a Galaxy in the list. We ask you to disconnect and reconnect to the meeting with your first and last name, please. You're good, Dawn.
Oh, wonderful. So, Dawn Delanoff, graduate of Grand Ledge 97. Thank you for allowing us to speak. And thank you for last Friday. It was truly amazing. And I definitely wanted to sing the Grand Ledge fight song. So I do want to address the board. And I do want to address the statement that was put out on June 2nd. And I would like some clarity on the statement. And I would like to know if that was inclusive of all board members or if that was just a couple board members. And I would like to yield my time so we can get an answer with regard to that, please.
Just a point of order, the meeting of the board, people are allowed to give us information that we can use in our discussion. I'm the parliamentarian. That's why I'm jumping in. But the board doesn't really engage in a dialogue. It's an answer that later on in the meeting, the president can answer that or whatever. But during this point, we don't engage in a dialogue because we need to hear all the people who come in to speak. So it's not meant to shut you out. It's because we want to hear from you that you give us information for the meeting. So people won't be able to answer at this point.
Okay, so will we learn the answer to that question with regard to the statement that came from the president on June 2nd that said disciplinary action will go in file and diversity training, which most PhDs do already have. As a licensed clinician and as a licensed macro practitioner and a double master's that has my own consulting firm, these are things that you do when you have higher education. It's pretty standard, especially when you're in education. So will we get the answer behind that?
Yes, I will answer that at a future point within the parameters of today's meeting. Thank you.
Okay.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name is Kelly Hammond. I live at 511 Scarlett Lane in Delta Township. Past graduate of Grand Ledge High School, and I have two children, one who just graduated last year and another one who will be graduating in 4 years. And I was part of the meeting, and I appreciated all that the board did in allowing so many people to speak on Friday. I sat through 7.5 hours of the meeting and came back in when you came back from closed session to hear your unanimous vote to seek termination. My concern is whether or not the board is going to even take this as an opportunity to back out. That being a concern, because if the board backs out of this, backs out of terminating Dr. Metcalf, I just feel like that we would be going a big step backward. There's been a lot of votes of no confidence. We've heard from so many community members, not just about Dr. Metcalf, but also about the inherent racism that Grand Ledge has become so known for, and it's concerning. And so I would be concerned if the board does consider backing out of terminating Dr. Metcalf, that could lead us down a worse road. So again, thank you all for all that you've done. I do appreciate that you have sat through so many of these public comments. I watched as you guys just weathered the storm, and I know you've been attacked as well. And I just want to say I appreciate the job that you guys do for my children, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank
Hello. Thank you so much for taking the time to listen to all of us. And in this comment, I have zero intention of discrediting or downplaying any of the previous testimonies whatsoever. What I do want to say is my experience with Dr. Metcalf has been very pleasant, even though it has been small. And it was a quick meeting to be able to help the community out with your Veterans Day game. I'm a Michigan National Guard soldier. I've been in for over 18 years. And honestly, nervous of even coming on and saying anything for fear of repercussions. And with that being said, I've been deployed multiple times overseas. Just under 3 years I've spent overseas, and I've spent over 6 years away from my family and multiple support. And I've spent time with units that were over 70% of color in Detroit. And I've also spent time in the UP that was predominantly white. So I came up from Alabama. We moved in to the Grand Ledge area about 10 years ago. I have 2 kids in the district. And I'm disappointed to hear that there are so many racial issues within our district, but I do want to point out that this is an American issue. It's diversification between races, along with genders, along with sexual preference has been a problem, not just in Grand Ledge, but in America as general. And I would take this opportunity, not just for Dr. Metcalf to be able to grow, and as a veteran himself, we all train and we all make mistakes during training, and we make those mistakes, we do our best not to repeat them. And so when we're making decisions off of a comment that may have been mistook incorrectly and could have been written better if he was trying to make a specific point. And I do appreciate Ms. Bradley for stating the 2009 timeline on the letter that was read, that we had a personal reference as to where these are coming from. Very much appreciate the comments and the direction that I hope this board is taking. But with that same facet, if these issues have been going on for so long as board members yourself, and I'm not personally attacking you, but if I was on your position, I would be hurt personally that I wasn't addressing that as a board member, and that a lot of the responsibility doesn't fall just on Dr. Metcalf, but as you as individuals themselves. And I hope that that is taken into consideration when making a decision for termination. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey all, Joe Spalding here, back from Oakland, 2800 International Boulevard. I wanted to say that a couple different comments, a lot of the same theme. Lots of white guys coming in and trying to say that Dr. Metcalf is a great person. I noticed that I believe he's a consultant. I don't remember exactly what he does, but his name was Brad. Said that he talked to a lot of people at the school district. So he talked to a lot of administrators, a lot of teachers. The one thing I didn't hear him mention was talking to Black or Latino students, any student of color, not getting that perspective. And I think that's very telling. The other thing is a concerted effort between between everybody trying to prop up Metcalf in this conversation to try to say that the extent of his racism was that one Facebook comment. And everybody on this call knows that's not true. We've been sitting through hours and hours and hours of racist incidences being swept under the rug by Dr. Metcalf. And that's the reality. So hearing that testimony and understanding that's the case, and trying to come in here and say that he's not a racist or he's a good person is just really outing yourselves. We have the National Guard member who came in, and thank you for your service. That's amazing. But you may have made mistakes in training, but that's what training is for. This man has been superintendent since 2011, and racism was a problem when he got in there, and it's not getting any better. You know, as recently as a couple years ago, they were pinning Confederate flags to people's shirts in class. That's completely unacceptable. It's a symbol of racism. That's what it is. I do want to say that, and this has been said before, not being racist isn't enough. We need to be actively anti-racist, especially when we have positions of power. To that end, I really suggest that when you do name an interim superintendent, that it's a woman or a person of color. That's very, very important. You guys know it's the right thing to do. You know that it's the right thing to do for your political careers as well, but it's really just the right thing to do. I wanted to mention—
Thank you, sir. Your time has
we still have 43
expired.
seconds. I still
I'm
have
sorry.
43 seconds.
I'm
and
sorry. Go ahead, sir. My apologies. I heard the beep. I thought it was the timer. Continue,
can I
please.
have my 7 seconds back?
Certainly, certainly. Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So anyway, I want to talk about the Tampa Bay therapist. He came in here saying that he consults over the country. My girlfriend is a researcher at Stanford in implicit bias. She trains cops when there's an officer-involved shooting. He doesn't know why all the other racist things in the district happen. And I want to tell him that it's because Metcalf let them happen. Like I said, he's either unprofessional, he has no filter, and you would fire a leader if he said something like drinking bleach or shining a light in your body cured COVID. That's just off the chain. You fire an administrator when he has no filter. You also fire an administrator when the racist thing is the tip of the racist iceberg or the racist straw that broke the racist camel's back. The other thing is that I kind of want my extra seconds here.
I think that you should allot at least 15 seconds. He's got to collect his thoughts from the interruption.
Certainly. Continue, please.
Thank you. Professionally, I'm an expert in NIMBY racists. And I can tell you that when people like Chuck Pantera come in and talk about property values, they're really saying they don't want people of color in their community. That's the bottom line. That's what everyone's saying when they're saying that Metcalf needs to stay. It's that we need to sweep this under the rug and keep Grand Ledge white. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Mrs. DeFort?
Yes, sir.
Just moving forward, I think maybe if people want to address the board with issues that they have that the board needs to hear, I think that's fantastic. I don't think it's a good idea for people to address other people that have spoken,
Yes.
just because we don't need a back and forth between speakers. So I think comments should stay for issues that, concerns you have, but not concerns about other speakers.
Thank you.
Am I good to go?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Hello, I wanted to first say thank you guys. I got a chance to speak Friday, and I do appreciate you guys having the patience to listen to everybody. I think what I'm hearing during this meeting is a lot of people who are concerned with Mr. Metcalf's words and not his feelings. So I think what needs to be more focused is the fact of how he feels and not that he said a certain statement. So if we are to consider Mr. Metcalf's statement as factual, that would mean that Mr. Metcalf would deem the children who just got caught or were just in trouble for spray painting the ledges, that Mr. Metcalf would say if those children had an exchange with the police during that time and they were killed by the police, that he would find that to be a rightful consequence due to them disobeying the law. I think, I'm not saying whether Mr. Metcalf is racist or not racist, but I do think to have someone in charge who thinks that merely breaking the law, in whatever respect that is, gives you a consequence of any sort, being your life, is not somebody that we want in charge of our children in general. I think that we need to stop making excuses for Mr. Metcalf's feelings. He's entitled to his feelings. He expressed them honestly. And to get on here and act as though he didn't know what he was saying or it was a mistake as to what he said is not holding a man with a PhD accountable for his own words. And I just think we need to get away from looking at it as a statement he made and realize that those are his true and genuine feelings, which he is more than entitled to. But I don't think that it is a feeling that I want guiding my children in a school district. So I just think we need to hold him accountable. He was not under the influence of any kind. He made a statement based on how he felt, and he is feeling the repercussions of that. He's entitled to his opinion, but we don't have to want a leader who feels that way. Because if my child stole something from a corner store, I don't believe that he should be killed by the police. I don't believe he should be killed for spray painting the ledges. I don't think he should be killed for using a counterfeit 20. And I think that we need a leader who understands the importance of that. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you for your comments.
Hello, Grand Lodge, and everyone who is part of this community and the state of Michigan. My name is Hudson Kerr. I live in Sunfield, Michigan, 10700 Sunfield Road. And I'm here to speak up. And I'm truly taken aback by some of the stances taken by the people in this community, in this state, who are white and speak from a place of privilege and are not giving weight to these truly heavy issues that are before us all. I'd firstly like to thank the board. I thank all of you who are listening and attending this truly important and pivotal meeting. I didn't plan on speaking today. I wrote the school and it was forwarded to the board, and board members responded to me openly and very kindly. And I thank each of them for that. My voice was heard. But I've chosen to speak again today with my voice because of the truly indefensible positions taken up by members of this community throughout this meeting. And those positions, so many positions from white people and white privilege shock me, and they anger me, and they should anger all of us. I would like to read and make public through this meeting the email I wrote to the school and the board. And this is also what I posted on my Facebook page. I'm posting this about Grand Ledge High School and what happened recently in a Facebook post with their superintendent because I'm so furious. We all should be furious. So bear with me and please share your thoughts if you can. Mr. Ellsworth, I finally saw what was posted by Mr. Metcalf, and it is totally abhorrent. Brian Metcalf, quote, "It all starts with being a law-abiding citizen. Had he not paid with counterfeit money, had he not resisted, had he not been under the influence, there would have been no contact with officers. That does not excuse the officer. It just eliminates the conflict to begin with. It all starts with being a good citizen." The counterfeit $20 was not proven, nor was resistance. These things were not known, and still some of them are not. Regardless, this man, this human being, even if those things were true, did not deserve death by asphyxiation face down on the side of a road. There is such a thing as due process, justice.
30
This was
seconds.
nothing. I'm sorry, did someone need to say something?
Just giving you time notice.
I would like to ask for extra time on behalf of all of the minorities who are tuning into this and need someone in a place of white privilege. May I please finish this email?
Yes, please do.
There is such a thing as due process, justice. This was nothing short of murder. Mr. Floyd was hatefully executed. And Metcalf shamelessly downplayed it and laid automatic blame at the feet of an African-American man who is but one more example of minorities who die at the hands of law enforcement long before any investigation and due process. This was over a $20 bill and alleged resistance. Over 9 minutes, this officer put all his weight on this man's neck. While Mr. Floyd protested, he could not breathe. While he called out for his mother, who has been dead for 3 years. Unbelievable. I am so sickened by it. And unbelievable that this was a public social media comment from a top person at Grand Ledge High School. This man should be fired. I know we're in that kind of culture where any mistake can cost someone their job. And I'm not fan of this culture at all. But this was beyond a bad take or a simple mistake. This was totally bigoted and reckless and ignorant. I have great doubts that sensitivity courses can suitably alter this man and his clearly deep levels of ignorance, along with worse adjectives that I have no doubt apply. This man is unfit for the job that he holds. At the head.
Excuse me, sir, I hate to interrupt. I can only continue to give you another 30 seconds.
I wish to speak on behalf of all of the minorities who need to hear this. Everyone needs to hear this. Please allow me this time.
I respect your concern. I
Yes,
will
so
allow you
please
another
let me
30 seconds. Go ahead, sir. 30
He's
seconds.
unfit. This is the head of a major Michigan school in charge of young malleable minds. Rather than lead with wisdom and totally required sorrow and anger over the injustice, he took a path straight to condemnation and made nothing but excuses for what transpired. We're truly upset about this. We're sickened by it. And I can't help but think of all the truly fine men, women, and children in Grand Ledge High School who are minorities, who are already suffering, and who have suffered all their lives under the prejudice and hatred, who have all had a proverbial knee on their neck and have been suppressed and oppressed for far too long. It's inexcusable.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate those comments.
I apologize. I just sent somebody back to the attendees room that was in line. If you could raise your hand again.
Oh.
Thank you. My apologies, Megan.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead when you're ready, please.
All right, great, thank you. Hi there, hi again. I'm Megan Spadowski. I live at 8341 Corison Road, Grand Ledge, Michigan. I wanted to thank you for your time on Friday and today. I'm actually live from the rally tonight where we had a great turnout of folks celebrating the work and the decision that you have made thus far. It was an awesome glimpse into Grand Ledge United and Grand Ledge and what Grand Ledge can be if we're willing to do the work. I know you've heard our asks and requests of the board and what we need to bring our community together. This incident really has sparked a movement in our community, and I don't want to lose momentum. We're not going away. Tonight, we've heard coded racist language. We've heard it from apologists and people that really care about Dr. Metcalf as a person, and I don't deny any of those things. But we've got work to do, and we've got a community willing to do the work with you in that path forward. So I really implore the board to take that opportunity, take the resources that we have in our community, families, teachers, others who are trained in this kind of work, to work with you in moving forward. And one lesson I'd just like to offer the white folks and apologists in the meeting tonight: your proximity to Black people or people of color does not make you not racist. Unless you are doing anti-racist work actively and bettering yourself and working for those that are not being heard in your community, you don't get a pass. It doesn't matter how many Black friends people have or what their neighborhood looks like or where they went to school. It doesn't matter if you're not doing the work, because the outcome of that is how people are experiencing Grand Ledge right now, and that's no longer acceptable. So I thank you for your time. I thank you for the work that you're doing. I thank you for listening to us, and look forward to working with you.
Thank you for sharing your comments.
Thank you.
I believe that there are no other members of the community with hands raised at this time. It is almost 7:30. I would like to get to the action items. I also recognize that we may need a break. I would like to propose that we take a break at 7:45. So I would like to continue with our agenda at this point.
Madam President, we have another hand. Do you want to accept it?
Okay. We will do that, and that will be the last time. We do have another opportunity for public comment later in the meeting, so I would request that after this next speaker that you hold on to your public comment for the next appropriate time in the agenda.
Denise, point of order, that this public comment is on any item that they want to speak to. The end is for comments on the agenda item. So if somebody has anything they want to speak to now.
That actually both public comments are just open. There was no differentiation on our agenda.
Oh, it wasn't differentiated. It usually is. But
correct.
I think you have to hold it open for someone who wants to speak now, though.
Okay, we're going to go ahead with this speaker. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, sorry to come in on the end here. I was preparing my notes, and I thought that it was going to go a little longer. My name's Caroline Demoriak. I live at 1103 Candela Lane in Grand Ledge. I'm a cisgender woman of lifelong white privilege who's benefited from the systemic racism in America. My preferred pronouns are she, her, and hers. His name's George Floyd. Black Lives Matter. I did comment on Friday, and I was going to reiterate some of the comments that I made then about getting some training for the board and staff moving forward. My understanding is Metcalf is gone, so I'm not sure why anybody's speaking about keeping him on at this point. But at any rate, I think it's very important that the board and the staff of this school district get diversity training. And I think it's also extremely important, and perhaps even more important, that we introduce into the curriculum a regular coursework for the students K through 12 on the history of racism in this country and the impact that it has. We need to teach our children well, better than we were taught ourselves. And I'm speaking to every single one of these board members because you and I are all white. So we're part of this problem. And I wanted to just give a brief quote from Tim White, who's Tim Weiss, who's an anti-racist educator and author, in which he addresses the parenting of children in this culture of white privilege. He says, "I'm well aware that white children and even most of their parents are not directly to blame for the systemic racism that plagues this nation. Those children and their families inherited that problem, as did I, and as did my own kids. But when you inherit a legacy, you have to be responsible for it, whether good or bad. This is true not only regarding racism, but elsewhere as well. We often take responsibility for problems we didn't personally create. For instance, we clean up the effects of past pollution even though we personally didn't dump poison into the water or belch it into the air with our own industrial smokestack. And why? Because taking responsibility for doing so is good for the nation and then the world, and there's no guilt implied in doing
30 seconds.
So I ask the board to please, as you're moving forward and you're getting a new superintendent and you think about what's going to create the best environment for your students and to build a stronger community going forward, please consider creating a curriculum that teaches children about the racist history that this country was built on. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right, we are going to continue to move forward with action items. At this time on the agenda, we have approval of the payment of sinking fund invoices. Those are from GMB Architects as well as Hoffman Brothers.
Move the Grand Ledge Public Schools Board of Education approve the payment of sinking fund invoices in the amount of $33,817.96 as presented.
Support.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a moved motion by Mr. Shiflett, supported by, could you confirm for me, please?
Kim.
Kim.
I'm sorry? Kim, thank
Kim
you.
Mulvena.
Yes, supported by Ms. Mulvena, thank you. We will now do a roll call vote. Mr. Quina,
Yes.
Mr. McKinnon? Mr. McKinnon?
I'm sorry, you're cutting out. Yes, this, as we got from GMB and
Mr.
Hoffman
McKinnon, we are
Brothers.
Taking the roll
Mr.
call.
McKinnon, let me interrupt, please. We are still in the roll call. I apologize if I've been cutting out. So we're just doing a roll call vote to accept the motion. Mr. McKinnon, yay or nay?
Yay.
Thank you. Mrs. Mulvena?
Yes.
Myself is a yes vote. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Shiflett?
Yes.
Ms. Clark Pearson?
Yes.
Motion passes 7-0. We now have an opportunity for board discussion. I would recognize Mr. McKinnon as one of the members of the bond advisory. Go ahead, sir.
Yep, just wanted to let everyone know that there was a change order. This was for the high school parking lot expansion. It looked like we needed to remove a light pole and find a new place for lighting for the high school parking lot, or the expansion of the high school parking lot. So that's what this was.
Thank you for that clarification. Any further discussion?
We've already voted, right?
Right.
Yes, I apologize.
Trying to figure out what's going on here.
Yes, Sarah, I do apologize for the public and for the audience. We have an opportunity to have discussion prior to the vote. I made an error in that and moved ahead with the vote prior to the discussion. So my apologies. It is in fact been voted 7-0 and passed, and we are going to continue on. The next item on our agenda is approval of the payment of Proposal 1 bond invoices. So again, would entertain a motion.
I move the Grand Ledge Public Schools Board of Education approve payment of Proposal 1 bond invoices in the amount of $1,396,181.85 as presented.
Support.
So we have a motion that has been moved by Mr. Smith, seconded by Mrs. Mulvena, and now we have an opportunity for board discussion. Is there anyone who would care to address this package of invoices?
Yeah.
Well, go ahead, Patrick. Sorry.
I'm just going to let the public know this is obviously a lot of money, but this is for the abatement and demo of Holbrook and Beagle. We're looking at construction drawings, liability insurance, construction budget. I mean, we're looking at everything that's going into these two to begin with. So that's why it's such the big price tag.
Yes.
And Clark Construction is the general contractor on this project and it is owned by my family members. And so I request permission to abstain, which is required by state law.
Thank you.
You have to give me permission to abstain.
Yes, granted. Any other discussion? Hearing none, I will now call for a vote. Mr. McKinnon?
Yes.
Mrs. Mulvena?
Yes.
My vote is also yes. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Shiflett?
Yes.
Ms. Clark Pearson is abstaining. Mr. Quina?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 6-0. Moving
On
ahead,
invoices.
moving ahead, we have the next item on our agenda, approval of the payment of proposal 2 bond invoice. I would entertain a motion.
I move the Grand Ledge Public Schools Board of Education. Oh, wait, I'm on the wrong one, sorry.
We are action item C.
Yes, I move the Grand Ledge Public Schools Board of Education payment of proposal 2 bond invoices in the amount of $1,796.64 as presented.
Support. Just pick one.
I have the motion moved by Mrs. Mulvena and supported by Mr. Smith. Any discussion?
Again, request permission to abstain.
Granted, thank you.
Yep, this is, again, a lot of money. Starting to look at proposal 2 with the Beagle pool and athletic improvements. Anybody that's been out and seen Beagle, it is a huge open construction site, and we're actually starting to get some leeway there with the road headed out to M43. So we're starting to see some movement on that.
It is nice to be through a lot of the design and preparations and starting to see the progress.
Thank you. Any further board discussion? Hearing none, we'll proceed with the roll call vote. Mrs. Mulvena?
Yes.
My vote is also a yes. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Shiflett?
Yes.
Ms. Clark Pearson is abstaining. Mr. Quina?
Yes.
Mr. McKinnon?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. Thank you. Moving on to item D on the agenda, approval of proposal 1 bond bid award. This has to do with a play environment design.
For Beagle.
Holbrook.
Holbrook. Okay, thanks.
I move the Grand Ledge Public Schools Board of Education approve the proposal 1 bond bid award to Play Environment Design in the amount of $187,000 with a contingency of $6,090 and general conditions of $3,740 for a total bid award of $196,830 for Holbrook Elementary School playground equipment as presented.
Support.
Thanks.
So that has been moved by Mr. Shiflett and supported by Mr. Smith. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Discussion amongst board members?
Yeah, I think that still is a bid recommended by Clark Construction, isn't it? Is it not?
That's right.
Yes.
Yeah, so I would still request permission to abstain.
Thank you. Granted. Other discussion?
Yep, this is just a, obviously with the construction going through Holbrook and the new road being put in and new parking, not only did we have to move the current playground or take that down, but we will have many more students at Holbrook when it opens, so an entirely new playground was necessary.
Thank you. Any additional comment?
Is it going to be cool?
Yes.
Right there in your backyard, John.
All right, and we will move forward with the roll call vote. I am voting first. My vote is a yes. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
Mr. Shiflett?
Yes.
Ms. Clark Pearson is abstaining. Mr. Quina?
Yes.
Mr. McKinnon?
Yes.
Mrs. Mulvena?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0. I'm looking for the time. It is 7:42. I would like to go ahead and take a brief 10-minute recess before we return to our agenda. That will take us, let's go ahead and say, let's make it a 15-minute, and We will resume at 8 o'clock. Thank you.
Is Mark taking us down? Okay, good.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
All right, I believe that this format, we each unmute ourselves as individual board members. If you could please do that. As soon as I see that happen, we can continue. All right. We are ready, Mr. DeShane, to reconvene.
I see no hands raised.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are listening or watching, we are reconvening from our 15-minute break. We are at a point in our agenda where we have another opportunity for public comment. Please note, if you wish to comment at this time, you must raise your hand and be acknowledged by Mark DeShane, who is facilitating the format for us. Go ahead, please.
Hi, Jessica Fuentes, 812 North Kreitz Road. First, I want to thank you for your service on the board. I know it's not an easy job. It's one that a lot of people probably think is easy, but I know it's not, especially these past few weeks. I do want to encourage you to really evaluate the hiring practices at Grand Ledge Public Schools, especially with such an important hire hopefully coming up here. I would encourage us to look outside of our Grand Ledge community to find the new superintendent. I do feel like Grand Ledge in some wonderful ways loves to hire its alum, and I do think that's amazing. I mean, when I became a teacher, I definitely wanted to go back to my old high school. I'm proud Waverly. Ended up in downtown Detroit, an alternative high school for 16 to 19-year-olds, and I have to say it totally changed my experience with the teaching profession. It was profoundly impactful to leave and learn life experience. And then I brought it to Grand Ledge and shaped a lot of things that I did in that classroom, including bringing 12th grade curriculum that brought some of these things that people are begging for. I did leave in 2015, a lot of it due to Brian Metcalf and the decisions made by some of the people on this very board when it came to teacher contracts. We devastated those contracts, and now we have a hard time bringing great teachers in. We don't offer the same compensation as other districts. We offer what many consider to be kind of the healthcare is a joke. It honestly is. I'm sorry, it is. And next year looks no better for our finances. And I know, even though I have a lot of personal, not great feelings towards Dr. Metcalf, I know that technically he's underpaid as far as standards go for superintendents of a district our size. So I know attracting another superintendent, especially coming into the hornet's nest that we currently have, is going to be a challenge. But I encourage us not to give up. I encourage us to please look outside of our small town. I know we have some great folks there. I know there's a huge cry for Mr. Wright, and guess what? I grew up with Mr. Wright. I think he's an amazing person. And one day I could totally see him leading that district, but now it's not that time. I encourage us not to look to Steve Gabriel. He's not qualified yet. I have some questions as to qualifications when he was the curriculum director, not having his PhD first. I understand he has it now, and that's great. As an alum, I think he'll continue doing just fine in his current position. Dr. Barnes, I've heard nothing but incredible things about. I've heard he's an incredible worker, but I really think we need to continue reaching outside. If we can happen to lure a candidate with some diverse cultural background, that would be amazing. But for me, it's more just somebody with a larger worldview. So once again, I appreciate all that you guys do. I know it's going to be a tough, long road. And I'm also just curious when we know things will be finalized, because I know I was someone that was waiting because, you know, I want my kids to go to Grand Ledge, but it will not be under Dr. Metcalf's leadership. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Hi, my name is Amy Hall. I live at 622 West Front Street. And I just wanted to make a few comments because I've heard some support about the statements that Dr. Metcalf made and how they weren't necessarily racist. But I want to say that
Hold on. I think we need to stick to, I don't think we need to be commenting on other people's comments. It's sounding kind of blog-like here, and I don't want people arguing back and forth. So I'd love to hear what you have to say.
I would
but
just-
not about
With anybody specific.
Point of order, Madam Chair, point of order here. I get that having two people argue about their points isn't addressing the board, but if they're addressing concepts and explaining that they disagree with the concept, they should be allowed to proceed. But I get your point, Patrick, but I think as parliamentarian, I think you have to allow that comment.
I would suggest that we restart Ms. Hall's 3 minutes and allow her to speak. Thank you, Mr. DeShane. Go ahead, please.
His comment is unnerving coming from a leader of a school district. His comment shows ignorance to the systemic racism that runs rampant in this country, both in law enforcement and in the schools. His statement ignores that a white individual would not likely have been treated in the same manner. It also ignores the fact that the same results come from being a law-abiding citizen. It ignores Elijah McClain, who was murdered by the police for walking home. It ignores Breonna Taylor, who was murdered by the police sleeping in her own bed. Or Tamir Rice, who was a child murdered for playing with a toy gun. It ignores David McAtee, who was running a business. It ignores Philando Castile, who lawfully owned a gun. It ignores countless lawful citizens. Most importantly, what we all see is someone ignorant to the problems in his own school district. We see someone that cannot correct the problems he has allowed. We need a better path forward. Speaking as a parent of students of color, I have lost confidence in this administration to correct this culture of rampant otherness. I request a superintendent that can create a path of equity for our children in discipline and in education, as well as ongoing training to allow all the staff of GLPS to maintain an environment of equity for all of our students. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you for your comments.
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you.
Take it back.
Go ahead. We can, there you go, you're unmuted. You go ahead, please.
Thanks. Hi, I hope you're all doing well tonight. It's been a rough week for all of you, and I appreciate the times you take away from your full-time jobs to put your time and energy into doing good work for this community. I listened on Friday while trying to work my full-time job myself to the comments that were going on. I live in Delta Township, 1820 Acadia Pass. My name's Deborah Martinez, and I've had the honor of working with a lot of individuals from different backgrounds and cultures over the course of my career. I'm an attorney by trade. I worked at the Ingham County Prosecutor's Office for 11 years, which is a more diverse county than Eaton County. I was unit chief of the Special Victim Unit. And now I work at MSU, and I work in the Office of Institutional Equity, leading the team of investigators who look into complaints involving discrimination and harassment in higher education. So as I was listening to the statements on Friday and hearing some of the statements today and listening to the experience of parents that I know in the Grand Ledge school system, it really occurred to me that the experiences I've had in my life have been privileged, and I should use my voice to speak out for those people. Regardless of all the jobs I've had, the most important job I have is that of a mother. I have triplet sons who are students in Grand Ledge, and we have had some amazing teachers. However, tonight I was also struck when I went to the rally outside Sodden that the only African-American teacher that the school district has was considering leaving last week as a result of the comments made. And to me, that's hurtful. That's not the kind of educational experience I want for my sons who are white. Every time they play an athletic event, and we've had a couple of occasions where Black parents, Black fathers have volunteered their time to coach. My heart swells and I immediately want to hug them because I know how hard it can be in this community to step forward as a person of color and take that on. But what I'll say with this, working with MSU, I've learned over the past few years, because I've seen several presidents come and go, that there are good leaders and there are bad leaders. And what you have here is you had a leader who created a divide in the community that you're supposed to represent. And you need a superintendent who isn't going to divide people, whatever side of this you fall on. You need a superintendent who is going to bring people together. The ship has sailed on Dr. Metcalf. You need to look towards the future and get the youth involved, the parents involved, because with the experiences and the training and the education that the parents of this community have had as well, if you make the call, we will come. We will help. We know this is not your full-time job. If you let us help, we can build something wonderful. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
There are no further hands.
Thank you, Mr. DeShane. Hearing we do not have any other hands raised, we are going to move on to the next item on our agenda. This is comments from staff and board. I would like to first ask if there are any staff members that would like to make a comment at this time. Hearing none, I will go ahead and call on each board member to see if they would like to take an opportunity to address the audience. So Ms. Clark-Pearson, would you like to make a comment?
Thank you. I would appreciate it. I didn't get a chance to speak on Friday, but I think it is important to say that I personally reject Dr. Metcalf's statement that a person can avoid police violence by simply being a good citizen. We have to acknowledge there's racial violence in this country, and that it's towards people of color because of their color, not because of whether or not they're good citizens. What he said was not insensitive, it was plain wrong. But I do want to also say that there were a few people who seem to suggest that Dr. Metcalf condoned police violence. He didn't condone, at least in the statements I saw, he didn't condone police violence. He just suggested that good people would never be in the spot to be exposed to police violence. But that's not true. Good people are exposed to violence, not because they weren't good citizens. The question before us was his ability to lead the whole community. There will be those who think he's right and those who think he's wrong, but it's the ability to lead the whole community, And that is what this board had to struggle with. But I think as we move on, we have to think about all the hurt we heard and all the things that triggered all the pain that people had and all the memories in their lives. And it wasn't just people of color. I talked to a lot of people. There are people who were ridiculed for their physical appearance, or have family members who are ridiculed for their mental issues, whether it's mental illness or developmental disability. There are lots of people in our community that are hurt by things that are said rather casually, and we need as a community to develop kindness and understanding of each other. And so how do we get our arms around that? I think we have to think about that as a steering committee that brings a diverse group of people together, teachers, community members, faith leaders, people of color, people with disabilities. I don't want to make it a huge committee, but I think we should think about that and charge them with designing a program that maybe is broken into smaller groups with experts who examine the board's approach to, definitely need some sensitivity training here. Administration, teachers, students, there's a lot of that, but we also need to look at our hiring practices, how we discipline people. There's the achievement or the opportunity gap for kids. I think there's a lot of things where we can have many discussions, but in a positive way going forward after hearing what people's experiences have been here. And just lastly, speaking as the descendant of somebody who, Jonas Clark, who died in Andersonville prison after being at Gettysburg with the Michigan Cavalry. The Confederate battle flag is a flag that I reject in every possible way. It does not represent the United States. And I think we need to look at immediately addressing the Confederate battle flag and what its symbolism is used for when it's used among our students. And I think the easiest way to get there is to say that I would urge us to put that in the student handbook, to say it can't be used on our property, and that I will not vote for the student handbook if it's not in there that restricts the use of the Confederate flag. And that's my comment.
Thank you, Ms. Clark-Pearson. Mrs. Mulvena, you also did not have an opportunity to share any comments at the last board meeting. Do you have anything you would like to share this evening?
I would probably just like to add on to Sarah's comments. Particularly, I was very proud of our community. I know people mentioned that they were no longer proud to be a comment, but the way they came out against racism made me very proud of them. And all the prior students and alumni that live in other places now, it's great to see them being successful, but it was gut-wrenching to hear the stories and the reputation that our district has. So I really agree with the steering committee. I think I've heard from a number of individuals in our community that want to step up and help, and I hope we make them part of that and keep them involved. And this could be an ongoing process rather than a steering committee for a short period of time, and something that should be monitored and watched, and to be inclusive, because we're all different, and the Black community has been treated so poorly. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable to watch. It's sickening to watch, and enough is enough. So we have to step up. And as far as symbols of hate, the Confederate flag is just, it is not a First Amendment right on school property, because I would say that any symbol of hate, whether it be a swastika or anything else, it's not allowed. It's intimidating to certain groups of people. So I look forward to the work that's ahead. I think we have a lot of support from our community, and I would enjoy their input.
Thank you, Mrs. Mulvena. Mr. Quina, would you care to make a comment this evening?
Yes. I wrote mine out, so I will read it here, what I have. To the Grand Ledge community. Thank you to everyone who voiced an opinion during the last week. Through emails, calls, and conversations and public comment, it became immediately apparent that this was an important issue to our community. Thank you to our staff at all levels of our district. You are the ones that make this district work. In a week filled with a great deal of sadness and anger, it was pleasant to sit with my son and watch the teachers of Willow Ridge Elementary School parade by our home on the last day of school. A great job to everyone in the district who continued to do their job in a positive manner during this difficult time. I also want to thank this board at large. I have gained a newfound respect for many of you, for all of you, but particularly people that we have worked with closely during this difficult week. And it has been a difficult week for all of us. That is not to take away the difficulties of the other people who shared their stories. And it's not to take away from the difficulties of Dr. Metcalf and his family either. But I, speaking for myself, have gained a new respect for this board and the deliberations that we've had. We have not been perfect by any means, and nobody is. But I would like to thank the board for doing the people's business and doing it with a great deal of respect and dignity. There are two issues that I want to briefly address before I close. One looks to the past and one looks to the future. we've heard requests about the statement that was made last week. And I want everybody to know that our board endeavors to speak with one voice on difficult matters. We try very hard to come together and create a statement for the situation that was occurring. But we can't always agree on how best to express that. With 7 board members, there are inevitably times when we cannot all agree on the right language or the right sentiment. We've all received a great deal of feedback on the initial statement issued to the community. And in my opinion, and I speak for myself, I think the community is owed an apology for the statement because I don't think it captured the essence of what we were trying to do. And I don't think it did the public any justice to this issue. And it certainly didn't adequately encompass, I think, what the board was trying to say and do. So with that said, I think the community is owed an apology. The second issue is the community should also understand that moving forward, that this issue of termination does not end with our vote on Friday. That was a beginning step legally. Dr. Metcalf has a right under his contract to a hearing on the charges of his termination that will be brought against him. And those charges will be forthcoming from the district's legal counsel. I am hopeful that the process of a hearing can begin in the coming days and ask that those interested in this procedure be patient, clear-headed, and understanding as the board works through these complex legal issues with our attorneys. So I appreciate everybody's patience. I appreciate the board's patience. And most importantly, I appreciate this community, this district, and the people in it, and all of the children that are trying to learn and move forward from this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Quina. Mr. Smith, would you like to address? Go ahead.
Yes, trying not to be overly redundant, right? It's nice. The board talks a lot together when we have these opportunities, but hearing these sentiments out loud and realizing we're all heading in a similar direction is always nice to confirm. I have to say thank you to the public. We've all said thank you to the public. We've all expressed that you've been heard. And I think you've been heard in a way that maybe you haven't been before. By reaching out with your letters, that's very moving. But the in-person sentiments that were expressed and the stories that were told, the testimonies that were told last week helped make this all very personal for those of us who may not have experienced similar things in the past. That is one way, I think, and a key way, with the input of those who are expressing an interest in helping and in participating. I think we emphatically say, yes, we will take that help, we'll take that time, and collectively work towards improving our district, especially so those who are young people who were courageous in making their statements in ways I'm not sure I could have at their age to a board, can spend that courage and utilize their talents in ways that aren't just trying to have to protect themselves so that they can feel safe going to school, so they can feel accepted. I think we need to allow them to focus on their passions as soon as possible by taking all the actions that we can to recognize biases and make the changes that are necessary so that our community again has a reputation or improves the reputation and makes it one we can be proud of. So along that vein, if you're considering leaving as a teacher or as a student or family, I hope you'll hang on a little longer and give us a chance collectively to make changes that make you want to stay and make you want to recruit others to our district. So that's my goal. And again, I've appreciated the time that everyone else has put in. A few have thanked us for our time. We had to sit here and listen. That pales in comparison to what so many of you have gone through and expressed. I also want to speak about the teachers. So our very odd school year ended last week, and immediately we began seeing messages from our administrators from the various schools, thanking the kids, wishing them well, and committing to them that they will find an environment of inclusion that's welcoming and that's invested in them when they return in the fall. We have passionate teachers in this district. I've had 3 children go through this district. My wife's a teacher. Intimate knowledge of the teaching group here in our district, and they want the best for the kids. Please continue to give them their chances and allow them to show you and demonstrate that for you. So I'll stop there, but thank you for the time and thank you for everyone's participation.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. McKinnon, choose to make a comment?
Yeah, yep. And I kind of spoke a little bit on Friday, but I do want to say the conversation and since Friday talking with people, the conversation we had with the community was, I believe, a turning point for Grand Ledge. It was a conversation we've needed for a long time. I think it's a conversation, and people have come up to me from other districts that said we need to have that conversation. Now, having said that, it was a conversation, and I believe the ball is in our court at this point, and we need to make sure that we, we act on it. And I think what Sarah said, what Kim said about the Confederate flag, I think that needs to be maybe our next step. I think we need to look at, I believe Ms. Dill brought up MLK Day. That is something I think we've held out on for a while. I think, the ideas of an equity steering committee, all of this stuff, I think will make Grand Ledge better, along with a lot of training and a lot of further conversations. So again, none of this would have been possible without the community reaching out, having alumni from all over the world reach out. They wouldn't have reached out if they didn't love Grand Ledge. And as a former student, that means a lot to me. And I think we all feel the weight on our shoulders to make Grand Ledge better. But I also agree with Mr. Smith. We will need the help of the community to help guide us, to help steer us. So that's what I want to say. I think today we're better than we were Friday, and we got to make sure we get better tomorrow. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McKinnon. And Mr. Shiflett.
Yeah, I spoke, somewhat at length on Friday, but I'd like to thank everybody for coming back again today. And I'd like to ask them to keep coming back. Moving an institution like this takes time, so please don't get bored. Please stay invested in this. The community needs to do this together, because just the board, honestly, we probably can't do it. We need the constant investment in the community to have a culture change, district-wide, community-wide. And so I thank everyone, but the fact that we still have students who shared anonymously for fear of reprisal says volumes about the problems that we're looking at trying to change. And so I ask for everyone's help and continued investment in this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shiflett. I too have a written prepared statement. This has been extremely emotional, and I felt I needed to have a solid piece to share with you. Before I do that, as I stated in response to a question in the first public comment section, I'm responding to the question about the June 2nd statement regarding Dr. Metcalf. I wrote and released the statement, and I accept full responsibility for that statement. I would like to go ahead with my comments for this evening. First of all, I'd sincerely like to thank the entire cabinet and staff of Grand Ledge Public Schools for demonstrating continued high levels of professionalism in dealing with the crisis we found ourselves thrust into this past week. It's hard for me to believe it has only been a week. Our staff rose to the challenge and served all of us well. They put our students first. They handed out personal belongings and medications that were left behind. They collected library books, classroom books, Chromebooks, and continued all their regular duties, and so much more. It is indeed an exhaustive list. But the point I really want to make is this. They did all of this work with smiles and tears and heartache, continually putting our students first while maintaining current social distancing guidelines. These individuals, from cabinet members to food service workers, from teachers to custodians, all deserve our utmost respect and thanks. Secondly, I want to thank you, the Grand Ledge community, who have come together to share your voices. I know it was not easy for any of you. Your voices pushed us all beyond our comfort zones. We needed to hear your stories and recognize the magnitude of the crisis. Thank you. We all have a lot of work to do. We all have a lot to learn. Please continue to stay engaged in the process. Continue to attend meetings and continue to reach out to us. I am listening and will respond. As one of our former students stated on Friday's Zoom meeting, this is an opportunity for Grand Ledge. I intend to take full advantage of this opportunity. Here are 3 steps I have already taken. Number 1, I have registered to attend tomorrow's forum through the MSU College of Education entitled Rising to Our Responsibility, a forum for school leaders to address racial violence and anti-Blackness in Michigan schools. Number 2, I've completed day 1 of the Michigan League for Public Policy's 21-day Racial Equity Challenge. And number 3, I've contacted the National Park Service Interpretive Center in Selma, Alabama, to request purchase of materials, specifically a children's book called Civil Rights, 50 Years Forward. And I happen to have a copy of that here, with the goal of having copies available for all interested community members. Together, we, as a board, will work toward equity, diversity, and inclusion for every student enrolled in Grand Ledge Public Schools in a thoughtful and transparent manner. Continue to check our website for up-to-date information. We are stronger together, and we will get through this, continuing to put students first. Black Lives Matter. And with that, I would like
Madam
to—
Chair, could I just make one more comment? I think that we have a June 22nd board meeting, and I think at that one I would request that you put on the agenda for consideration the appointment of a 3-person committee of the board, and maybe, I'm just throwing a number out, $10,000 to at least get some initial expertise to assist them to develop a steering committee that can develop the broader program. I would think it would take 2 or 3 months to do that, and I think we need to get started. And it occurred to me that a 3-person committee that could at least talk to and interview a few experts and just start the process of designing it and working with some of the people on our staff would be a good first start, because we need to start getting our arms around it, and we need to start now. So if you could add that as a possible agenda item for the end of the month meeting, the 22nd, I would appreciate it, to see if people would support that at that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your additional comment. I would like to move to continue forward with our agenda with the announcement of a future topic, which will be that regular meeting, which will be taking place on Monday, June 22nd at 6 p.m. At this time,
I would like to say one more thing. I'm sorry, Denise. Very quickly, thank you, Denise, for what you said. But I do want everyone to know that the statement that was released to the board members prior to release. We all did see it, and that's kind of what we're trying to convey is we can all do better. And I think in releasing that statement, we're not able to, as Denise said, understand the magnitude of it and hear from the rest of the community for the next 3 days. And I think that played a huge part in our decision. But I don't want people to think that Denise wrote this in rogue. So
That may be, but I would also comment that it was not the statement that I.
Okay, I would like to, I appreciate both of the comments. Thank you, board members. I would like to continue to move ahead. Again, we have our next regularly scheduled meeting on Monday, June 22nd at 6 p.m. At this point, it appears it will need to be a virtual meeting due to current executive order restrictions. We will continue to keep you updated as on our website. And at this point in time, the next item on our agenda is to move to a closed session for negotiations. And I would like to entertain a motion to do just that.
So moved.
Thank you. And that was?
Mr. Quina.
Thank you.
Support.
And that was Mr. McKinnon. Okay, moved, supported. I don't believe we need a vote. Is that correct, Ms. Pearson?
We do. We need a roll call vote.
We
And just
do
for the
need a
purpose
roll
of
call.
discussion, we'd be entering under sections 8C and 8H of the Open Meetings Act, which are negotiation strategies and for discussion of confidential attorney-client privileged information.
Thank you, Mr.
Just so the
Shipper.
people at home know why we're closing
Yes.
up.
Thank you. I appreciate that confirmation. We have a motion. It's been moved by Mr. Quina, seconded by Mr. McKinnon, and we will go through a roll call vote. Ms. Pearson Clark, excuse me, Ms. Clark
Yes.
Pearson. Thank you.
I'll help you there.
Mr. Quina.
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Mulvena.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Shiflett.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. McKinnon.
Yes.
I vote yes as well. At this time, we will move to closed session and we will reconvene in open session as soon as that has been completed. Thank you.
Thank you. Did Mark fall asleep? Oh.
I'm here just waiting for the rest of the board to join.
Here we are.
Sarah, need to unmute yourself. I guess you don't have to, but.
Are we live?
There it goes.
Yes. With 142 attendees still.
Just clarification, Mr. DeShane, we're still waiting for attendees.
No, they
No,
are
they're here.
waiting. There's 144 of them currently viewing.
So we are ready to move forward.
Yes.
All right. Again, for those of you who are still with us, thank you so much for your patience. We are going to officially reconvene in open session at this point in time. The next item on our agenda is appointment of interim superintendent of Grand Ledge Public Schools.
I move to appoint Dr. David Chapin as interim superintendent for Grand Ledge Public Schools effective June 15th, 2020, and approval for a contract reflecting terms and conditions authorized by the board.
Support.
So we have a motion on the floor, moved by Mr. McKinnon, supported by Mrs. Mulvina. Is there any discussion on the part of the board at this time?
Yeah, yes, just clarifications. This appointment is not as a replacement for the current superintendent. However, we are authorizing the appointment of our interim superintendent to assist with district operations for the time being, while our superintendent is on administrative leave.
Any other discussion from the board?
Well,
Hearing
thumbs
none, I
up.
will.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing none, I will call for the vote. Mr. Quina,
Yes.
Mr. McKinnon,
Yes.
Mr. Smith,
Yes.
Ms. Clark Pearson,
Yes.
Ms. Mulvina,
Yes.
Mr. Shiflett.
Yes.
My vote is also a yes. Motion passes 7-0. I would like to relay to the community, Dr. Chapin, previously retired from serving in the East Lansing Public Schools as their superintendent. He is currently serving at MSU as a professor in the education department, and he has a reputation as a strong community builder and is highly qualified to serve as our interim superintendent. With that, I'm formally adjourning the meeting at 10:56. Thank you all.
Thank
Good
you.
night.
Night.
Night.